Welcome to the Wwise Worldwide Online Expo. Thanks so much for joining us today. My name is Damian Kastbauer. I'm the Software Product Manager here at Audiokinetic. Feels like it was a million years ago that we had our first Wwise Worldwide Online Expo. In reality, it was a short year, the longest year. What is time these days? I hope it finds you all well out there. Thanks for joining us. For 2 days of knowledge share, bringing you up to date with the latest version of Wwise 2021.1. Maybe some of you have had a chance to get your hands on it, push around some pixels and try out some of the new features. And over the next 2 days, we're going to give you a peek under the hood from the development team responsible for these features and their development over the last year or two. So if you have some favorite features or things you've already tried out, let us know in the chat. Cool things that you've been doing with it. We're interested to hear more about that. And I just wanted to say up front, thanks to all of the developers at Audiokinetic who'll be presenting over the next couple of days, and all of the developers responsible for bringing this new version to the community. There's a ton in the box, and we're super excited to share all of the cool things that we've done over the last year towards the release of Wwise 21.1. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the schedule for this event. So we got 2 days. We're going to be splitting each day into 2 halves, and there'll be a break each day in the middle of the schedule. And at the break and end, we have a link to a Discord server that we'll share, where you can join and engage with us across different breakout rooms based on the feature or subject matter areas. So more about that as we move through, and stick around for those opportunities to jump into the Discord server and engage with us. This is an opportunity to ask questions, to hear more about a feature, and ask folks from Audiokinetic questions that you may have had or questions that you may have coming out of these presentations. So with that, let's look a little bit more into each day. First up, in the first half of today, we're going to kick this event off, talk a bit about Wwise development, and then really dig into object-based audio across a couple of presentations. We'll take that break, like I said, and distribute that Discord link in the chat, where you'll have the opportunity during the break to engage about object-based audio, as well as the Wwise product future. Moving into the second half of day one, we'll talk about the mastering suite, authoring plugin, API, the new cool experimental impactor plugin, WAAPI and WAQL. And wow, if you don't know those acronyms, we will fill you in with their verbosity. And then we'll just go over the day 2 schedule at the end of today. So stay tuned, because there's a ton of cool stuff happening today, and I'm not going to spoil tomorrow, but if you registered for the event, you've already seen the schedule online, and otherwise I will bring you back to this schedule for day 2 and the second half after the break. So without further ado, I would like to officially welcome Genevieve Picard to the live stream. Hello, Jen. How's it going today?
Hi, Damian. I'm good. And you?
Doing great. I'm super excited to be here with the community today of Wise authors and artists. And it's so great to have you up front here to give a little introduction to development at Audiokinetic. Genevieve is the senior director taking care of production team at Audiokinetic. And I'm going to hand it off to you for today's presentation.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm super happy to be here. Thank you, Damian, for breaking the ice. So I'm going to share with you a few insights about Audiokinetic development initiatives we experimented with over the past 12 months. So as I explained last year, for those of you who attended our first WO, the Audiokinetic production team is comprised of multiple software development teams focused on different areas of Wise or other products that we develop. Today, I'm zooming in on QA and tools and automation. The quality assurance team is at the core of the production team. This team is composed of software QA testers and the tools and automation team, sometimes called the release team in other organizations. So much like IT, QA, tools, and automation interact with each software development team. They play a crucial role at Audiokinetic, and they are the gatekeepers for all our products. We launched 2 pilot programs in QA this year. The first one is the embedded QA program. So we dedicated testing resources per development team. And this concept is commonly used in many gaming or agile software development teams. And we were waiting to have a critical mass of trained testers to be able to try it out. So we decided to decentralize this function. In their new functions, the software QA testers would attend agile ceremonies like stand-up, sprint planning, and retrospective meetings. This allowed them to review their priorities with the development team and better align their efforts. The central needs were still there, though, so we spread them across the QA team. For example, the final testing for a major release, testing of the Wise launcher for a special update, or certification materials. Our goal when we started that program was to establish a continuous testing flow for features, allow regular merges to the main software development branch, and thus avoid a merge-ageddon. So we often get that towards the end of a major release of Wise. The main downside we noticed from this approach was that testers may become single points of failure. So we want to make sure that knowledge is spread across a QA team. One of the things that they do is having QA talks. They're similar to brown bags that we already hold in other disciplines. And we also want to make sure that we have some extra bandwidth. So either additional testers or people who can double down in one team to allow everyone to be able to take some much-deserved time off. The second pilot program that we started this year was the hiring of a software developer in test. Software developers in test are also called QA engineers. The discipline that we're talking about here is really essential for software development. Their goal is to expand automation testing and regress developer-facing issues. Ultimately, we want them to be our first users of the SDKs and APIs that we provide to the public. Their responsibilities used to be held by the developers working directly on features, but in some cases, it was difficult to gain perspective. When you've coded the feature, your colleague has reviewed your code, and you try to find another colleague who wasn't involved in the design of the feature, you can sometimes run out of options. So at Audiokinetic, the software devs and test are part of the tools and automation team in QA. They interact with many of the development teams. And our pilot program concluded this year, and we plan on hiring more software developers in test next year, notably to help with our Unreal and Unity integrations, our web and launcher automation, and some special projects. Looking back at our plans, we had initially set out to release Wise in December 2020. We realized at our end of development milestone, so in June, that we were not yet at a point where we could test the entire pipeline for object-based development. So Simon is going to talk to you next about this. It was like the biggest deal for 2020 was to work on object-based. We still had to address endpoints, so audio devices and mastering suite. Wise 2020.1 thus turned into WISE 21.1. Because 2020, let's face it, it never happened. So with the help of embedded software QA testers and software developers in test, our long-term goal is to evolve towards a more iterative workflow. Develop, test, merge the main branch on a regular basis. The only waterfall portion that would remain for the release of a major version of WISE would be the finalization of the beta with our pre-out-of-the-box tests, and it would be followed by the final stabilization phase where we translate documentation and perform the final test, the OOB, on the internal release candidates. There's another initiative we launched this year. It's called the Customer Support Rotation Program, or we call it internally the Internship Program. We launched it early in 2021, and the first person to test this program out was a member of our game integrations team. The program is aimed at software developers. They transfer within the customer support group for a few weeks up to a few months. This helps developers make better software by seeing it from a user's perspective. When they go back to their team, they can influence feature design. It also helps the customer support team by having someone who can not only investigate a problem, but also resolve it, thus achieving shorter turnaround times. So I hope you'll notice it. This is especially useful on recently released features because it avoids the need to escalate to the dev team. So the customer support team can resolve the problem on their own. And it helps share knowledge across the teams. So that's it for the pilot programs we launch internally. Now let's talk about our hiring needs. At this point, almost every team in production is looking for the right person to complement them. We're mainly looking for software developers from junior to senior and lead level on multiple teams. The special projects team, so in my first slide, it was called field engineers. Now it's special projects. It's a new team. They'll take care of custom development, community and partner plugin onboarding, and a new very special project that is very hush-hush. So if you want in on the secret, go to our careers page. I also wanted to mention that the automotive team is looking for a senior developer familiar with Android open source project, and they will eventually need more embedded developers. So that's all using C++. Last but not least, this is really focused on production, but we're hiring across departments throughout the year. So in sales, marketing, and education. For those who are looking for positions outside of production, don't hesitate to follow our career page. You can scan the QR code that's posted here or head on to audiokinetic.com/careers. Thank you very much for your time today, and I hope you have a great show. Thank you, Damian, for having me.
Hello, Damian. I'm doing well. Thank you.
See, that's the curse of being the man behind the curtain here. Is there's a lot of buttons. And so the introduction that I just gave silently, which I will give again, is welcome, Simon. Simon Ashby is our head of product here at Audiokinetic, someone I work very closely with day to day. And I'm super excited to hand it off to you for a presentation today about object-based audio. This has been a super fun feature to work on over the last year.
Oh, definitely.
Uh,
Definitely.
ton of work from a ton of folks, and as well as the community. We really leveraged the community for this one to try and weave in the stories that have already started to be told about object-based audio and authoring with audio objects. So with that, I will hand it off to you. Thanks, Simon.
All right. Thank you, Damian. Yeah, so as Genevieve mentioned just a bit earlier, we spent the bulk of 2021.1 version of Wise dedicated in introducing object-based audio to Wise, and that's been it was it was it was one of the most challenging release, I believe, because object-based audio is so novel and there's no frame of reference, especially not for interactive audio, the interactive audio sector. So we kind of had to invent a lot of the concepts and how we expose that to the user interface, and how can we make it something comprehensive and something that fits with the rest of the workflow, because channel-based audio is still around and we're complementing that with object-based audio. So so today at the WO, we basically separated that in two. So my portion will be to talk about the high-level goals of object-based audio itself, and I'll even do a step back about how we perceive and encode spatial audio technically, and as human beings, how we perceive audio in space. And at the end of my portion, then Damian will continue with precisely in Wise how we've implemented and added all those features to it. So here we go. So let's start with perceiving and encoding and decoding spatial audio to a certain point. So, and for that, starting with really starting looking back at the history, and you all will recognize this gramophone um, that's been invented even before the 20th century, but those slides are mostly when the commercial adoption, when general public started adopting those things, and that's early 20th century basically. And obviously everything was in mono, right? So there's no um, spatialization involved in there, maybe except in the recording itself, where if some instruments were recorded closer to the microphone, some more in the back, well, there's a certain sense of depth and of distance in the recording themselves over one channel. But in general, we're saying those remains mono recordings if we want. And it took up to the 70s before we had commercial adoption of stereo systems and stereo records and all that. And it started being famous. And people were looking at that to get their music in stereo, basically. And it's around the 80s and 90s that this concept of bringing the theater at home, or the home theater thing, arrives with, especially with Dolby Pro Logic leading the way uh, on that first. So so we started having that, and this is thanks to the the VCR and the VHS cassettes, where we found ways, basically using just two channels, to encode surround signal. I say surround in air bracket here because it took later in the 90s to get proper 5.1, so full band channels and proper encoding of those things. So that started with DTS, with Dolby Digital, and at first it was for linear medium, right, for films, and but eventually with the Xbox, the original Xbox, we had the Dolby Digital Live. So the Xbox was encoding at runtime in 5.1 for the platform. So those things evolved. In 2006, we arrived with 7.1, so full discrete channel on the PS3. There's Creative Labs and other sound card manufacturers on the PC LAN and the multimedia speakers and so on. And more recently, we arrived 7.1.4 with Dolby Atmos. At first, Dolby Atmos for headphones. That was for Overwatch game, if you remember Battlefield 1, those PC games. And the year after, Xbox One X allowed to do basically to send Dolby Atmos signal to receivers in 2017. So that's a lot of speakers around, but the actual trend that we're seeing is that it seems that everything converged toward headphones. And just to sustain this opinion or this constatation that we have right now, if we look at the sales projections for the next 5 years, it's quite impressive actually. So those numbers comes from Grandview Research, and if you look at this blue line here on top, so earphones and headphones combined will reach in 2025 something like 20 billion or 130 billion US dollars. And down here are the smart speakers. So that's all the Apple HomePod, the Amazon Echoes, Google Nest, those smart speakers. So that account for maybe in 2025 something around 40 billion. And here, this red line is any other loudspeakers. So portable Bluetooth, sound bars, in-wall, outdoor, multimedia, satellite speakers, like anything regrouped together, and it's maybe $10 billion. So even if we regroup smart speakers and loudspeakers, we're about 50 billion, where we're projecting 130 billions for earphones and headphones on their own. So literally, the trend is going in this direction. So and that's interesting because things are kind of aligning in terms of timing and technology. So let's look at how we perceive spatial audio and how we can encode and decode spatial audio information. So first, there are two main aspects to it. There one that is handled by tools and technology, and the next one that is related to us as human, basically. So our human experience, and that participates as well to our ability to perceive sound in space. So if we start with tools and technology, one of the first thing that we want to do is to encode the directionality. And for that, typically, if you look at HRTF technology, for example, they'll rely on three main things. So there's a time difference, amplitude panning, and spectral filtering. So quickly looking at it, so the IIT is the interaural time difference. So it's literally just the time it takes for a source to reach to a ear, let's say the left ears here versus the one on the right. And that time difference is not even 1 millisecond, but this is enough for the brain to pick up directionality. So that's one important cue. The other important cue will be the interaural intensity difference, or sometimes amplitude difference there. So it's basically the relative amplitude, timbre, and phase difference between the two ears. And this is not exactly the same. Well, it's quite different, actually, depending on the frequency itself. And here on this graph, you'll see it where a low frequency sound like this one at 200 hertz, basically there's no difference between the two ears at that level or at that frequency. But for a higher frequency, let's say at 6K, there's an important difference between the right ear in this context and the left ear, where the head kind of act as a shadow. We call that the head shadow. So it's basically the head doing diffraction on the signal, and that causes amplitude difference, timbre, and all that. And finally, spectral cue. And this is quite interesting because depending, so far we've been looking at things on the same plane, but here we're seeing on this graph like elevation. So our 0 degree is here. And we're looking at this graph from 1K to 20K there. And there's quite drastic difference. So for example, and I'm not sure if you see the mouse in that presentation, but if you locate this blue spot here around 9K at 0 degree, so you've got like a really important gain attenuation there, and you just have to look up or down a bit, and that frequency will kick in quite obviously, or something you'll notice quite easily. So the process of creating HRTF is basically to take these three techniques and have filters that basically manage that for you. And so far, HRTF are done in certain ways, but they're general HRTF, and a certain future. So it's not there yet. It's there yet. So I want to talk about personalized HRTF. So we do have technology to create personalized HRTF, but not necessarily at a consumer level where billions of people will all of a sudden have their own personalized HRTF, for example. So we're not there yet. Hopefully we'll be there soon, but not yet. So encoding directionality, that's one aspect. The other aspect that tools and technology participates is to encode the environmental effects. So basically recreating dynamic early reflections, late reverb, sound propagation, occlusion, diffraction, all those phenomena attached to the geometry around us, to the world around us. So that's what tools and technology provides. And now, if we look at the human experience, it's a mix of our own experience, and it's also how we create the sources, how we produce the content. So for example, this first line here, rendering of source material. So an easy example, if you record a dialogue line and the person is shouting versus the person is whispering, well, there's already, with the intention of the recording, there's already a notion of distance, right? You won't be shouting to somebody just beside you, typically. Preconception and learned behavior. So if we're hearing a helicopter, our brain knows that it's most probably above our head, right? If it's below us, it's kind of weird. So those are things we know, and we learn because we're human being, and those are things we know. And finally, visual fusion, it's the ability of using our eyes to confirm the position of sounds. So literally, our ears are not that precise. So if you hear a sound coming to your left, for example, it's coming from somewhere around there. But you need to turn and use your eyes to precisely locate where those objects were, or this emitter was. So we need that visual fusion, basically, or the combination of eyes and ears to accurately locate sounds in space. All right, so far, so we go back to the first recordings. And let's say if we start even with the stereo recording, so somewhere late 60s, we've been up to today, we've been printing or encoding or saving the spatialization on channels, basically. So on stereo or 4.0 or 5.1, 7.1, and so on, but we're using channels to do that. So literally, we have the application. So it could be Wwise or a runtime application or a theme or a song you're doing, and we print panning, the directionality and the environmental effects directly there. And then we do a mix in a channel format provided by the endpoint, let's say in 5.1, and we're sending that to the endpoint. And the endpoint is the system device. It's the phone you're playing your game on, or listening your music, or your platform, your PC, your TV. And the endpoint will do the final mix and final touch or effects or processing on the audio, and then send that to the headphones or the speakers on the other end. So this is fine, and that worked, and it's still working to a certain point. But in terms of, if we're aiming at having the best spatial precision, it presents limitation. And here's a simple example of one of those limitations. So imagine that you have this rock band that you recorded in stereo, and you're playing that in a 7.1 environment. And it's a game, so you can move the camera around so the band can move around you, for example. So this is good. And this is, even if you look at those speakers placement, this is the ideal speaker placement, right? Exactly as we're supposed to do that as in studio. But if you notice, the speaker angles are uneven between them. So we have uneven, basically, space around that. So if you start panning, you'll see your stereo image being distorted, right? It goes from what it was intended for, it's stretched, and then it's compressed, and that thing kind of move. And we're not even adding the hemisphere panning to that. So those are some issues. If you have fast moving sounds, that may cause some phasing issue, for example, as well. And we're not even talking the consumer level, like in the actual house where that content will be played. Maybe there are missing speakers or incorrect placement of those speakers, or they're wired out of phase. I'm not even talking about that. So even in the ideal setup, there are quite important limitations with channel-based audio, again, with regards to reaching for the best spatial precision. So here comes object-based audio. And the major difference with object-based audio is we still have our application-wise, your film, your song. We're still printing and managing environmental effect. But the difference is that we delegate the encoding of directionality to the endpoint. And how we do that, basically, so instead of doing your 5.1, 7.1 mix in Wise before sending that to the device, you're keeping all those objects alive as single entity objects along with their metadata information, and you send all that to the device, and you let the device or the endpoint encode the directionality to be sent to the headphones or the speaker. And the reason for that is simple, is the endpoint is much closer to the end user than you, the artist or the author in your studio authoring, like in the good old days, right? Where we were trying, like, why we've set up our studio with the best equipment and all that is to try to have a reference that sounds good, but you never know exactly how it's going to be consumed. Where now with object-based audio, assuming systems that accepts objects, they know much more about how this media will be consumed. Basically, they know if you're currently listening over headphones or speakers, and if your headphones, well, you can enable spatialization and get HRTF enabled, and eventually your own personalized HRTF set being applied there, so you get really the best experience out there. So that's the motivation behind changing from channel to object-based audio. And one last slide on that before going with Damian. So what is an object and metadata? So an audio object is quite simple, actually. It's an audio buffer that has its metadata, which is created, modified, and consumed by the Wwise rendering pipeline prior to be sent to the endpoint. So an audio buffer and metadata. And what kind of metadata do we have there? We have things like 3D position, distance, azimuth and elevation, focus spread, all that type of things. This is sent along with your buffers to the endpoint, and the endpoint does the final mix, the final rendering to the end user. And it's important not to confuse metadata with game objects or audio object with game object. So game objects are really those entities at the game engine level where you have 3D position as well, orientation, but also things like RTPC values, states, switches, environmental effect, and so on. So that's a different concept, basically. Or you can see that sequentially, like you have your information from the game, from all the game objects, and your listener, Wwise is using that and creates all those buffers, attach the right metadata information, and then send that to the endpoint. So this is it for my part in terms of overview and the why object-based is an important factor if you're reaching for better spatial audio rendering, basically. And it's also smart, like even though not all audio devices are object-based ready now, but it's a good way to start now using it to future-proof your productions, because that content will eventually being played on enabled device for object-based audio as well. So the worst that can happen is you author everything in object-based and Wwise, and in the end you finish with a 5.1 or a 7.1 mix, and you send that to the device. So this is still available, and actually Damian will present those things just after.
Great.
So
thank you, Simone.
Thank you very much.
And what a great vision for the future, and actually accessible today in Wwise. And I'm super stoked to share the hands-on side of that, of how that is authored in Wwise for the best output across all the different configurations that exist. So thanks for your presentation.
Cool. All right.
All right. Great to have this worldwide online expo off to a great start. I'm super excited today to bring this presentation to you. And I'm just going to jump right in on the heels of the overview that Simon gave about the use of objects, and start talking about how that looks inside of Wwise from a high level. And the first thing that I want to talk about is this audio object path as it flows through Wwise and arrives at the endpoints that Simon was describing. Next, we have what we call the main mix. This is a different channel-based configuration path through Wwise that can be delivered to a endpoint for processing. And lastly, we're going to talk about the pass-through mix. This is a unfiltered, unprocessed mix of sounds that travels through Wwise that can be delivered to an endpoint that's able to receive that. And one of the first things you'll notice in Wwise 2021.1 is that we've moved the audio devices to the top of the audio tab to indicate a kind of flow from the interactive music hierarchy through the actor mixer to the master mixer hierarchy, and eventually to the audio device. And this is the intention there, is to give you this feeling of flow through the hierarchies. And so we've brought the audio device work units and share sets into the audio tab, along with the newly redesigned system audio device, which is our cross-platform system audio device that's been rewritten. We added a few cool things to it. So one of the things that this new system audio device presents when you double click it as part of the audio device editor view are a bunch of settings. And so the first time we've really brought to this cross-platform audio device authorable settings for the audio device. And these include things like the ability to allow 3D audio, specify a main mix configuration for speakers and headphones. You can make decisions about whether or not you're going to allow system audio objects to be used or not, as well as setting some minimum requirements for that. Lastly, on the settings side, we've moved the mastering suite to an effects setting on the audio device itself. Seeing as the mastering suite operates on the entire mix, this was the natural progression for us to present it as part of the audio device. Secondly, we've brought a bunch of new profiling information to the audio device editor to help you understand what's happening both when you're authoring as well as when you're profiling Wwise running in your game engine. So this profiling information brings back metering information across these three paths, the main mix, the pass-through mix, and your individual audio objects. It will let you know whether 3D audio is active at your endpoint or not, whether the pass-through is active. Things like your available system audio objects, how many objects you're using, and what the different channel configurations that have been initialized by the endpoint that Wwise is using in order to deliver audio for these endpoints. So it really does bring a shift in the way that you think about the audio device. Previously, there wasn't a lot of control. We left a lot of it under the hood. A ton of it just happened automagically. And so while we still have a level of automation that just things just work, we've also gone to provide controls and profiling that give you better understanding as well as configurability. So more about these different paths that sound can take from the audio device to an endpoint. We talk about the main mix and system audio objects. These are paths through Wwise that can arrive at an endpoint configured for 3D audio and that can be processed binaurally when that technology is available. And the main mix takes a channel-based configuration and virtualizes that across whatever the output configuration selected by you in your system is configured for. So it will present a virtual presentation of a channel-based format such as ambisonics, your 714 Atmos configuration, or any other channel configuration. And in a 3D audio active endpoint, that main mix will be presented using binaural technologies when that's available, as long as you allow it. Similarly, audio objects, these tiny little precise positioned sounds from your game, from your experience, these are also allowed to be delivered to an endpoint that has 3D audio activated, and these individual positions and metadata then are taken by an endpoint and rendered positionally according to the best outputs, leveraging any binaural or spatial technology that exists. And lastly, this pass-through mix. This is a channel configuration that is delivered to an endpoint that may have, when 3D audio is active, and it allows you to route sounds through Wwise that play unfiltered in your head. So we'll keep moving through that, and I want to take you on a virtual sound walk and how that is authored in Wwise, and this will be a headphone-based perspective of authoring in Wwise for this virtual adventure. So strap in. First thing I want to talk about is color coding. We got the main mix in green. It's going to be representing our spatialized bed as we take our walk through the forest. We got this capybara, hot pink, floating in space right now, representing our tiny little audio objects and the forest creatures that'll be positioned individually as audio objects. And lastly, we have this idea of pass-through with unfiltered music. Everyone likes to kick some tunes as they're walking through the forest, so we'll have some representation there as we proceed on our virtual sound walk. So strap in tight, and again, keep that floating capybara in space in mind. Just makes me smile. But like every experience that starts from scratch, we begin with silence. And so as authors of interactive audio for these experiences, oftentimes this is where it all starts. And whether you choose a 7.1 channel configuration in order to start creating this background sound for your world, a 714, or an ambisonics-based full sphere representation of this ambient background, this is what we're talking about when we're talking about a main mix. It is a channel-based format that you can use for a 3D audio activated endpoint in order to create a binaurally processed representative mix that is optimized for a channel-based format. And that optimized piece is really important here because we don't have enough processing to do everything as objects. And so you're still making these decisions, and we think that in Wwise we're making that easier to do with Wwise 21.1. So again, looking at that main mix path, this is our spatialized bed. This is a channel-based format. It flows through your sounds flow through Wwise to the master audio bus, where they're configured as in a channel configuration or as part of the main mix. And those flow to the endpoint where they are gathered as that mix and processed by the endpoint, either using an active 3D audio technology or just in a channel-based configuration depending on the output settings. And in Wwise, it's as easy as routing your audio bus to a same as main mix configuration. And as long as your audio bus flows through the master mixer without any additional channel configurations being applied, it will inherit the main mix that is set by the endpoint or the output configuration that's been set. And again, you can make choices about that. You can make choices about channel configurations along the way. But the same as main mix bus configuration that's new to Wwise 2021.1 makes it easy for you to unblock the sounds that you want to arrive at the main mix and author them expressly for that. So when 3D audio is active, sounds routed to same as main mix will inherit that main mix channel configuration of the audio device. The audio device will then produce a mix that's suitable to be processed using binaural technology. Again, unless something gets in the way, unless you've made a different choice about channel configurations as a parent above that. And for those of you familiar with Wwise, you know that the inheritance of the hierarchical layout in Wwise is a strength that you can leverage in order to accomplish the goals that you have for sound that's routed in Wwise. So when 3D audio is not activated, that same as main mix audio bus will inherit that main mix channel configuration of the audio device. And because 3D audio is not active, it won't get any additional binaural processing. And as we continue on our walk through the forest, I want to start layering in some additional sounds to make that forest come alive positionally, because with our background established and spatialized using a channel-based format, the next piece I want to add are those individual audio objects, that spatial precision that Simon was talking about, and that ability to deliver each of these positional sounds and all of their rich metadata to an endpoint that can make the decision about how to mix those for the output configuration in the best way possible. So in Wwise, we have this path that moves through as your sounds are routed to the master audio bus, and they arrive there with the ability to be preserved as audio objects and delivered to the audio device, and finally to their endpoint destination. And in Wwise, we've created a new bus configuration called Audio Objects that specifically allows for the sounds routed to that audio bus to be preserved as each individual sound and maintained as an audio object with their metadata included. And it's that metadata that you really want to think about as you're routing sounds that you want to maintain as audio objects, because at any point, if those audio objects are mixed to a channel configuration, that metadata gets mixed and kind of frozen into that channel configuration, and the metadata is no longer able to be delivered to an endpoint that's capable of 3D audio. So this new audio object bus configuration it is in the master mixer hierarchy on an audio bus. And when 3D audio is activated and allowed by the system audio device, and we have this idea of system audio objects, these are the audio objects available at an endpoint. When those are available for audio objects to be processed, they'll be rendered by the endpoint and processed using any binaural technology. So, but don't worry, because if you're delivering your sounds and you've authored everything for audio objects inside of Wwise, but 3D audio is not activated, or at some point you've reached your maximum system audio objects available on your platform, these audio objects will get mixed into the main mix channel configuration that's inherited by the audio device. So you really, you're making these discrete choices about sounds that you do want to preserve to the endpoint when that binaural functionality is activated. But it's no sweat, because when that technology is not active, they'll get mixed to the channel configuration of the audio device when your bus is configured as audio objects. And as we continue to walk, everyone likes to have their favorite tunes. Maybe you're listening strictly to that, the birds and the capybaras. What do they sound like? I don't even know. Actually, I did look up a video. They're super cute. But some of us like to kick some tunes while we're trucking through the forest. And so we have this idea of a 2.0 channel configuration in our headphone-based virtual walkthrough, where we are routing our music to be mixed in a way that will not be processed by any binaural or 3D audio technology at the endpoint. And so this same as pass-through bus configuration would be set on a bus that we have our music routed to that we don't want to be touched by any processing. And as long as nothing else is in the way, when 3D audio is activated and allowed, it'll inherit the pass-through channel configuration of the audio device, and the bus will produce a mix that's suitable for bypassing binaural technology at the endpoint. So easy peasy. It's going to make it all the way through. And that's if nothing's in the way. Again, if you, in the Wwise hierarchy of inheritance, if you apply a different bus configuration at the parent level, things will change. But in a same as pass-through mix configuration arriving to the audio device, that's what's going to happen. When 3D audio is not activated, it's just going to inherit the channel configuration of the audio device. No sweat either way. And so this is the full Wwise 2021.1 audio pipeline. It's been completely rewritten to facilitate these three paths and configurations of sound. And there's a lot of power and flexibility that comes with that. But there are a few other additional considerations that I want you to keep in mind as we move through this. We have this idea of custom metadata now that can be authored in the actor mixer hierarchy. So there's a new tab in the property editor where you can add metadata to a specific sound or group of sounds that will allow for a mix behavior to be set as part of the Wwise system output settings metadata share set. So something you can leverage. Additionally, effects in the master mixer hierarchy. You're wondering to yourself, okay, but historically effects have mixed the signals when they arrive at an audio bus, and now we've unlocked that ability, and effects in the master audio bus, master mixer, are now aware of audio objects, and audio objects can be processed individually on a per object basis. They can also be gathered. We can do some optimized calculations on them, and we can also do cool things with object configurations as they flow through an audio bus, and the future is ripe for experimentation there. But let's talk about one effect in particular. We may want to squash the dynamic range of those audio objects, those tiny little forest creatures. We just want to squash that a little bit and have a greater control over the dynamic range there. And so one of the things that we've done is we've taken the Wwise compressor and we've optimized it for audio objects. And so now the Wwise compressor will gather and evaluate the audio objects that flow to an audio bus, and it'll calculate the volume offset for each of those and then go back to each individual object and communicate that without mixing it. The key point here is it preserves the metadata and everything just keeps flowing. So remember that preservation of metadata that's really important if you want to preserve that all the way to the endpoint. The Wwise compressor has been optimized to help facilitate that, as well as the rest of our effects, which will take and process each audio object individually. So definitely something to keep an eye on, and we've brought a bunch of new features to the audio bus that give you a purview into what the status is at any given time. But another thing you might be wondering about is reverb. Whoa, the forest got dark. But maybe you want to add a reverb to the sounds of either your footsteps or these objects as they're flowing through. And one of the ways that you can do that is by routing your reverb auxiliary bus or an audio bus that your aux bus is routed to that same as pass-through mix configuration, either using game-defined auxiliary sends or user-defined auxiliary sends. And this essentially creates a path through the pass-through mix that directs the influence of the sounds that you've routed to the auxiliary bus and will deliver it to the pass-through mix in the same way we talked about before. And this will allow the reverbs to arrive in a unfiltered, unprocessed way to the endpoint. Now, there may be other considerations where you want to have that reverb spatialized, and you'll have to make those creative choices. We are enabling you to do all the cool things that you can think up, but this is the scenario where reverb arrives without additional coloration or filtering by the endpoint by using the same as pass-through mix configuration. So when 3D audio is activated and allowed, it will inherit the pass-through configuration of the audio device. That bus will produce a mix suitable for bypassing the binaural technology. And when 3D audio is not active, it'll inherit the channel configuration of the audio device. So no worries, things will fall back in the right way. So just to bring all of this back into a perspective, I wanted to give you a high-level overview of this headphone-based authoring that we've done in Wwise over the course of this virtual sound walk. From the master audio bus to the audio device, we started by routing our audio objects to an audio bus with a bus configuration of audio objects, which will then each be delivered individually to the audio device, preserving their metadata and communicated to the endpoint for rendering either using a binaural technology or to the output configuration format. Secondly, we have the ambient background sounds in our project routed to an ambient backgrounds bus. And this has been configured for the same as main mix configuration. It's unimpeded by any other parent buses. In this case, the master audio bus will apply the main mix configuration set by the endpoint and deliver this main mix channel configuration in a format that will either be spatialized by any kind of binaural technology at the endpoint or preserved in its channel configuration established by the endpoint at the output. And again, you can make choices in the master mixer hierarchy to optimize the channel configuration that you want at any time. So if you want to set a explicit channel configuration for aspects of your ambient background with the best intention, you can absolutely still define that in a way that fits the experience that you're trying to create. And lastly, we have this pass-through mix, and we've taken our music and the reverb auxiliary sends, and we've routed those to a same as pass-through mix configuration. Those are routed to the audio device and delivered to their destination at the endpoint according to the pass-through mix configuration in our headphone example here as a 2.0 configuration. And it wouldn't be wise if we hadn't created the full circle of profiling and authoring experience. So for all of the best intentions that we have as authors for interactive audio, really understanding what's happening at runtime is a huge piece of validating your authoring choices. And so we have a whole suite of new views to help you understand audio objects as they're routed through Wwise and profiling that information at the endpoint in order to help you understand the travels. And one thing I hope you notice and take value in are these audio bus statuses that we present on all of the audio buses now. So now at runtime and at authoring time, you can understand the status of an audio bus at any point and know what configuration is either set explicitly by you or set by your endpoint or authoring environment. Ultimately, the goal, as Simon has said, Simon says, author for the best audio across all outputs. Let Wwise handle the minutia of configuring for the different potential results and all of the different ways that people listen to audio from these games and experiences. But make sure that you're delivering the greatest possible fidelity to an endpoint so that it can make the smart decision about how to configure that in the best way for whatever setting is in place. And so with that, I'm going to say thank you. I have really enjoyed being able to present that. It's been it's been an exciting journey. We brought in a bunch of folks from the Audiokinetic team to help us validate this work, as well as experts from the community. Over the last year, we had consistent group meetups with content matter experts who've already been authoring with audio objects across different platforms and experiences, VR and console. And it's with their help and the help of everyone at Audiokinetic that we've been able to arrive at this place with something that we think is an accessible way to start experimenting with the strength that audio objects, the spatial precision that it can help deliver. And it really puts that technology in your hand. And back to, again, Simon's presentation, we have this intersection of technology, education, and creativity that you as creative audio practitioners, well, it's in your hands today. Jump in and let us know how it goes. This is a feature that we think unlocks great potential for folks, and we're really excited to hear what you come up with, and we look forward to having any feedback that you have. And speaking of that, I think we have arrived at the day one halfway point. Am I doing all right? I think we did it. Okay, cool. So what's coming next? Let's go back to our schedule. Hey, we did it. We made it through that stuff. Coming into the next half, we're going to talk about Mastering Suite. We're going to talk about the authoring plugins. We're going to talk about Impactor, that experimental plugin. WAAPI and WAQL, still don't know what those stand for. Stay tuned. And then we'll go over the day 2 schedule. But we're going to take a break right now. And so please take a look into the chat. We are going to share a link to a Discord server that you can jump into. And we'll have 2 rooms going during the break until we resume at 2 p.m. Eastern. We'll have an object-based. I'll see you over there. If you have questions, I'd love to answer them. And we'll have a Wise Product Future where Simon will be standing by and interested to chat with folks. While this doesn't take the place of an in-person conference, we are trying to create some level of engagement here with you. And so we'd love to see you over in the Discord server. We'll be there shortly to help answer any questions and catch up with you and hear more about these features. And so with that in mind, we have a break now until 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll hopefully see you in the Discord. So thank you. Welcome back, Wwise Worldwide Online Expo. Running on time this year? Come on. It's got to be an improvement. If you're just tuning in, you missed the first half, but don't worry. We'll get those up for you after the live stream so you can revisit the presentations on development here at Audiokinetic, a high-level overview of object-based audio, and then I went deep into how that is authored in Wwise using a virtual Soundwalk headphone-based scenario. Not to be missed, pink capybaras floating in space. We're having a good time here today. And what this is about is presenting all of the cool features of Wwise 2021.1. Maybe not all of them, because honestly, there's so much in this release. We would have to have one of these every day for the next 10 days, probably, to cover all of the cool things in the box. At any time, you can go grab the latest version of Wwise from audiokinetic.com, get that Wwise launcher and install the latest version. The Audiokinetic blog, we are constantly putting out great content, and I just want to give a shout out to Tiffany Dawson and Noor on the marketing side, who have been helping to coordinate the event here that will run today and tomorrow. They're doing a fantastic job of making sure that we bring the community to this as a way to connect and engage about the cool new features in Wwise, but also as creative sound people working in this current scenario. So it's great to have their help. Huge thanks to them, and a huge thanks to all of the Wwise developers today who are bringing their experience to this live stream. These are the people behind the features. So maybe you're sitting there with Wwise in the gray box every day, you're wondering, who put this button here? Why is this thing there? And how cool is this new thing that I've been using as part of my workflow? And what we're really trying to do is bring all of these contributors to the success of your interactive audio experience with Wwise, to you, their experience, their expertise. And if you participated in any of the Discord conversations during the break, again, some great questions from folks in the community and some answers from the people behind the features. So an enormous amount of knowledge share going on around this bright future that we're trying to create at Audiokinetic. I'm Damian Kastbauer. I'll be in and out helping to transition folks as we move through. And the first thing I wanted to do was talk about our second half schedule. We're going to first talk about the mastering suite. We're going to dig into the authoring plugin API, Impactor, our experimental plugin for making sounds, WAAPI and WAQL. If you've tuned in, you're dying to know what those stand for. Maybe you already know. Maybe you're already using them. But stay tuned. We'll go into that. And then at the end, we'll review the schedule for tomorrow and again break out into that Discord server for some engagement and chat about the features that we'll be talking about this afternoon. So stick around for that and join us in those breakout rooms after the event today. And with that, I'd like to introduce Jérémi. Hey, Jérémi, how's it going today? Excellent. So good to have you and your experience today on the live stream as part of the Wwise Worldwide Online Expo. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to you to talk more about the mastering suite.
Jérémi. I'm the main developer of the mastering suite and more especially the authoring part of the mastering suite, because obviously there's a big sound engine counterpart to it. But I've been working on the authoring part, so the plugin itself. And I'm part of the cross-platform team at Audiokinetic. And And you'll see the Samuel's presentation, which is another member of my team, up next. So it's the XP part of the Wise presentation. I'm pretty stunned. So yeah, so a little bit of history. So SIE, so Sony Interactive Entertainment, have been developed a mastering suite solution for their PlayStation consoles. So basically it was called Sulfa, and it was used basically to optimize the final audio rendering of games in general. So it was a tool that was at the very end of the audio pipeline that was used to put some slide effects and just optimize the final rendering. The thing is, it was only supported on PlayStation platforms. So they've decided to collaborate with us, Audiokinetic, because we are on all platforms because of Wise. And we've decided to develop a cross-platform version of Sulfa, which is called the Mastering Suite. And if you are interested about the full story, you can dig right in this link. And it's the audio team lead at SI that talks about all this stuff. But I won't talk about this anymore. It's just the background of the Mastering Suite. So like I said, it's an end-of-pipeline effect plugin for mastering. So it runs at the very end of the audio pipeline, unlike all the other effect plugin in Wise, which can run on any sounds or even the master bus. But this one is only made to be at the end of the pipeline. So you cannot insert it on sounds. It's really at the very end. It's available from 19.2. And in the case of 19.2, it's the last effect of the master audio bus. And like Damian mentioned in the last part of the presentation, we've introduced the object-based mixing in Wise. And now in 21.1, it's a new audio device effect. So it changed place, but I will talk about it in the next slides. It contains 4 principal modules, so a 6-band parametric EQ, a 4-band compressor, a master volume, which is used to modify the gain of each individual channel, and a limiter. So there are multiple modes for each module that I will go through in the next slide, but these are the 4 modules of the mastering suite. And finally, it supports up to 12 channel, so 7.1.4 Dolby Atmos. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It has 4 built-in share sets, which are basically the same presets as in Sulfa. So Sulfa had a different preset for different output devices. So we have home cinema, TV, headphones, etc. So you can basically use these presets to optimize the final audio rendering for a specific audio device, basically. And you can also obviously tweak your own preset, but these 5 come with the mastering suite, and you can use them as is. And a final note on the technical part of the mastering suite is that it's hardware implemented on PS5. So this is pretty important since Sulfa was already implemented on the PlayStation platforms. The mastering suite is basically only forwarding to this implementation on PlayStation platforms. And on all other platforms, it's our own software implementation in Wise. So this is how it looks like. It's the mastering suite plugin. There's a lot of things going on because it's an animation, but basically you can see the 4 modules. So you have the parametric EQ on the upper left, and you have 6 individual bands with different filter types. So your usual filter types, low pass, high pass, high shelf, peak, etc. The frequency, gain, and the resonance, of course. You can enable and disable bands if you want to. So you are not forced to use 6 bands. You can use only 2 if you prefer. Same goes for the multiband compressor, which has 4 bands. And yeah, you have all the usual stuff of a compressor, so threshold, ratio, attack, release, knee. And you have obviously gain reduction metering. So it's super useful for individual bends to see what's going on in basically the frequency you're working with. You also have in the compressor a transfer curve graph, which is used to visualize your ratio and your threshold. It's pretty usual for compressor to have this kind of graph. It's pretty useful, and it's interactive. So you can use it with the mouse. You can see it moving right now. And the master volume module, you see it on the lower left corner. So you have all your individual channels. You can mute, solo each channel as you like. So it supports up to 12 channels. Sorry, got it. And you can see that the active channels are highlighted. So in my current setup, I was using a stereo config. So you can see that the left and right channels are highlighted, and all the other channels are just not used in this specific situation. And finally, the limiter. So you have the input meter and the output meter. And you have a gain reduction meter, which shows you the actual gain reduction in relation to the threshold and the different parameters you've entered. And you have 3 different modes. You have the soft, the hard, and the advanced mode, which are 3 different modes for different use cases. So you can just try them out and see what's better for your actual use case. Yeah. So with the introduction of object-based mixing in 21.1, we've had to make some change to the mastering suite, of course. And hopefully it's like the compressor Damian mentioned, the mastering suite is now an actual object processor. So it's working in object-based. And yeah, it's pretty cool. You can run object through the mastering suite and it works as is, as simple as that. And on hardware, there's a small difference. Since it's running on the actual hardware, so the PlayStation, the mastering suite applies on the final mix, as opposed to our software implementation, which is really a pure object processor. So it processes each individual objects and sends them, as opposed to the hardware, which acts on the really final mix. This is an important difference to make between both implementations. So yeah, that's pretty much it. It was introduced in Wwise 19.2, like I said, and it's available in the launcher as an optional plugin. And you can use it right now because it's free. You just have to get a license on the link below and add this to your project. As simple as that. It's a free plugin. You can try it out right now. It's super cool. Yeah. So that's it.
So great to have your experience as one of the developers helping to bring that. Again, it has had a long journey to.
Yeah, you are muted, Damian.
It's had a long journey to arrive at a place where we can propagate it across all the platforms while still leveraging the capabilities of all these different aspects of the mastering suite. Its arrival kind of right on time in the system audio device, and like you said, accessible to everyone today. Go try it out. Get your hands on some mastering suite business. And how about those colors?
Yeah.
Pretty cool, am I right?
Pretty rad, yeah.
Yeah, totally. Well, thanks, Jérémi. Thanks for being here today and sharing your experience.
Yeah, and a side note, I'll be on the Discord right now for anyone who wants to ask some question about the mastering suite. So
awesome.
You can come.
Cool. So swing by now if it's cool. Otherwise, at the end of day one, we'll also be piled up in those channels. So again, great to have you. Thanks.
Thanks.
So here we go. off to the races with all of these new cool features in Wwise 21.1. And I'd like to introduce our next Audio Kinetic developer. Welcome, Samuel Longchamps.
Hello, Damian. Hello, everyone on the web listening to us either right now or later on YouTube.
Yeah. So you are no stranger to this live streaming format. We have been doing a series of Wwise Up on Airs hands-on with Wwise plugins over the last few months. And so great to have you as part of this event.
It's always a pleasure to come in with the community, see and show what we've been up to for a year now. So
yeah, awesome. Well, I'm excited for your presentation today. And you have some slides you want to put into the
I sure do. So let's do that.
Let's love the way this all comes together in the best possible way. And with that, I'm going to hand... Yeah,
I'm just going to put up the slide correctly. That's going to help.
Excellent. And for folks who don't know or haven't tuned into any of our plugin live streams over the last few months, we have a series going. The first one introduces you to Wwise plugins, establishing your environment using Visual Studio, using the tools that we have to automate the process of getting set up. And then in part two, we go a little bit deeper into being able to, create a plugin, get some information back into Wwise authoring to see the metering of that plugin. And I'm going to hand it over to Samuel now to talk more about this authoring plugin API. So take it away, Samuel.
All right. So my name again, Samuel. I'm responsible for the cross-platform UI team. So we're working on trying to improve the experience in general in Wwise, but in 2021.1, we've been tasked with trying to come up with a strategy for plugin to make them work on more than just Windows, trying to target other desktop platforms such as Mac. And this is really the first part of the work towards that goal. But along the way, we're doing some interesting changes. I hope you'll come to enjoy. So let's start. 2021, what we have done, we have rewritten essentially the authoring plugin API. We started with an API, C++ API, and we turned it around and make some changes that, in our opinion, improves the experience from a developer standpoint and hopefully benefits everyone. But again, why? We could just left it like it was. Like I said, better environment, but what exactly? We wanted to provide better backward compatibility, something that we tried to do manually by managing the way we build the API, and we add new elements to it. But now it's really ingrained into how the API is built. We've separated the backend and front end. So we have those now two different part of the plugin that have different concerns. And that helps us essentially trying to put what is the backend on all platforms that can generate sound banks, for example. And the front end can be built separately, even as an optional module, as we'll see soon. And we're trying to go, again, same goal, cross-platform, to more platform agnostic approach. And we'll see how exactly we've achieved that for 2021.1. Let me first introduce what is an authoring plugin. Perhaps you've been hearing me talking about that, but what exactly is it, and how does it differ from a sound engine plugin? The sound engine has a variety of plugins essentially that are built with the game either as a static library, so it's included in the executable, or it's essentially a dynamic plugin which is loaded at runtime. That's fine. It works for the sound engine, but the authoring has its own version of that plugin. It's a separate file, separate library, and it comes in two two parts. There's a part that is, yes, code. So it's a library. It's a DLL you've seen before. And it contains all the code, including back-end, front-end, that we're going to see. And more than that, it has also some description of what is a plugin. So what the properties are for that plugin, what does it contain, what can you tweak in that plugin. And so that's a separate thing from the sound engine. And everything in the authoring that you're using is meant for generating the sound banks that are going to be used by the sound engine. And what the authoring plugin does is help you accomplish that. Not only that, it also helps you with showing the data that your game is processing. So you have multiple plugins. They all have a different state, different runtime state, and you can look into that data. And you usually do that through some UI, right? On that front, we wanted to have better backward compatibility. So we have all those features in the authoring plugins that you can have. You can implement, of course, how to generate the sound bank. Like I just said, how you can visualize data in it. There's some license management. You can have custom object management. There's a bunch of stuff, and it was all into the same big class, the same gigantic beast. And so instead, we went with a way where we wanted to separate all those little components and services into different self-contained services that are built together into a plugin, essentially. So you can request different services. Here we have an audio plugin and a license, essentially, to construct your plugin, and then you implement those features into your plugin, and we can provide them. An interesting thing by separating those concerns into services is that we can version them. So that means that in the future, the version that you use to build your plugin can be adapted to the newer version of Wwise, so you can be compatible with what's going to have come as new or changed API. We've done that through a C API, essentially, that we wrapped in C++, so it gives a virtually equivalent feature set as before. The main backbone of the API now, however, is built on the C API and is very BI stable. So it does not really change unless we specifically change it. And of course, with the version, we can adapt it, so it's not a problem. That's why we now have backward compatibility, and we will commit to it in the later versions. Back and front end separation. So we have those puzzle pieces here. Those are the same ones I put earlier. What I'm trying to show here is that a plugin essentially has two big parts, and the backend is the one part that is used, for example, when you use the Wwise console to generate soundbank. It's the only part that deals with model, properties, how are they going to be put in the soundbank, in what format and stuff. And so that is only concerned with the model and how the soundbank is going to look like for the sound engine. Here, that generation happens in a separate module. So you have in your library different plugin instances, if you will, plugin types. And you can define one that just has those very specific concern. And that's sufficient, essentially, for your plugin. The rest is sound engine stuff, what's going to run in the game. And of course, that part is included in the authoring, so you can actually hear what your plugin is going to sound like. Console mode, like I just said. Front end, on the other hand, is user interface specific. So it's fundamentally attached to the front end, to what platform you're on and how stuff is displayed on the screen. And the interaction, essentially, that your plugin is going to offer. What we've done by separating it is centralize all those features into that smaller concern interface. And when you implement it, then you're saying to the authoring, I want a custom version of your UI. I don't just want you to provide a A-lister property. So of course, because of that, it's optional. If you don't want it, you have a simple plugin, you're starting out, you just want to have property to tweak. You don't specify a front end, a custom part of that plugin, and it's just going to be generated for you. Of course, monitoring data requires some form of custom UI, so that's not provided automatically. You would have to implement a front end to do that. So we're trying to build something that's a bit more separated and allows you to focus either on the back end, on the front end at different times, and perhaps in different steps. More platform agnostic. We had in the API Windows SDK types for the authoring part, such as variant stuff that dealt with properties and has been removed essentially in favor of more basic types and an API that understands that. The backend itself is fully platform independent, and part of that split meant that we could say the front end is mostly platform specific or roughly is, and the backend is not. For example, in the backend, one thing we changed that's major is the wide encoding used on Windows. It's been replaced by UTF-8, and that's the general direction we're going to stray away from wide because it's not very cross-platform. The front end on itself, it's a generalized concept, so you could have different types of front ends. Right now, we have the GUI windows, which is the exact same API that are concerned with front end that have now been centralized into that interface, that GUI Windows interface. So if you're migrating towards that, it's essentially just moving code around. And it does pave the way, though, for new front-end implementations, stuff that we are working on. So that's just a high level. I'm just going to cover the basic material. If you are migrating a plugin, so if you're a dev, hello. It's glad to have you. We have resources for you. So you're starting out, you have been working with 19.2 and previous built the plugin, you want to put it out for 2021. There's a migration guide in the SDK documentation you can consult. It goes through all the stuff that has changed and what you had before and how to adapt it for 2021. Because it is a break and change between 19.2, that old API, and the 2021 API in the authoring. As the sound engine part is concerned, that has not changed in such a major way. There were additions, for example, in 2021. I'm thinking about object processors, which I invite you to read documentation about, to deal with object-based mixing and the general change in this direction. But for the authoring, this is not the object-based system has not affected how the authoring necessarily shows plugin information, except for monitoring data, which is another interesting topic, which I invite you to read for the SDK documentation. But we did add some, major additions, I would say, to different parts of the documentation, talking about also how they behave on Mac, since the application is currently ran through Wine, thanks to our friend from Codeweavers. And so pre-2021, don't be scared. It's still there. 19.2's API that you've been using for your plugin, it's marked as legacy. The files have not been moved. They're the same place. So technically, you should be able to rebuild simple plugins. Of course, some changes have been made for 2021. Thing is, it's the last version where we are going to apply these changes to this API. Right now, all the new features are going to be added in the new authoring API. Creating your first plugin. So you have not been using it. So right now you can start with the fresh new authoring plugin API. We've added also some material. Damian was talking about the Wise Up on Air series, where we were covering essentially from the get-go. You have never even downloaded Wise. We go through that process and show even the development tools, which we have developed, so you can just go around and start from template, and even you don't have to deal with any solution generation. It does a lot of stuff for you, and you can jump right into the DSP coding, and then we even go into looking at monitoring data and all that kind of stuff. So there's that, but also there's other stuff that you can see in the documentation. Olivier Bélanger and my team has written an excellent tutorial in the SDK documentation, developing a low-pass filter plugin. So if you're just starting out, want to first get your hands dirty, go read that. It's a guide, essentially. You go through all the steps, and you can write the first low-pass filter plugin and have it working in Wwise quite quickly. Wwise Up On Air I just mentioned, and of course, just want to see some code, see how it looks. We always have shipped in the SDK samples. They've been updated to the new authoring plugin API. So I invite you to just consult that. You can build them directly and see how they look in Wwise. They're already built for Wwise, so you can just start from there and see how they behave and see how what's the code that's driven them. Yeah, I think that's mostly it. It's a lot of stuff.
Fantastic overview, Samuel, and really as the cross-platform team lead, this plugin architecture and the evolution of that, I think as you hinted at, is part of this bigger picture of creating that cross-platform ecosystem in the best possible way for Wwise developers. Exactly.
Yeah, it's still on the main road. We're just going baby steps by baby step, but we'll get there, certainly.
Excellent. Well, thanks for sharing that. And again, some great resources there in the chat for folks who are tuned in. And yeah, thanks again so much for lending your expertise.
It's been a pleasure. Have a great rest of the worldwide event, everyone.
All right. Thanks so much. Cool. So here we go. Still moving forward on this 2-day exciting event of the Wwise Worldwide Online Expo. And I'm excited to bring to the live stream a couple of developers at Audiokinetic working on the R&D team. And I will introduce you to Soraghan and Ryan Doan. Hey, welcome.
Hello.
It's great to see you today. Thanks for joining us for the event. And I know that there's a few folks tuned in out there who are super stoked to hear more about the Impactor plugin. And so I'll let you both take it away with your presentation, and looking forward to it. Thanks.
Cool. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining the stream, or like Samuel said, tuning in later on YouTube or wherever you might find us. We were on here about a year ago, Sean and I, talking about Impactor, or I don't remember exactly what we called it at the time, but it was a prototype or an experiment. And well, now it's a product or a project that's wrapped up and in production. And I thought I'd just introduce it, and we'll show a great video that we worked on that I think demonstrates it, and then we can go from there. So first of all, what is Impactor? What are we talking about when we say that? So it's a new source plugin. It's a prototype, but we'll talk about what that means specifically in a bit. And it allows designers or developers, or however you want to identify yourself, to load impact sounds into a plugin and create variations through cross-synthesis, and also manipulate the sounds with physical parameters. You can check out the URL there. And it has all the information and more. And so now we'll play a video that goes into a little bit more detail about how it works, what it sounds like, and stuff.
Impactor is a new impact modeling plugin prototype for Wwise, which allows designers to generate new variations from a library of existing sounds using cross-synthesis, and hook these sounds into the physics of a game using intuitive, physically informed parameters. When you add a sound file to Impactor, it is analyzed in the background and split into two components, the impact and the body. The impact refers to the initial collision when an object is struck. The body refers to the resonance of the object after the initial strike. In the UI, you can mix and match impact and body components of different sounds. Impactor will randomly select between impact and body components each time it plays. Impactor features 4 physically inspired parameters: mass, velocity, position, and roughness. Increasing or decreasing the mass of a sound simulates changing the physical size of the impacted object by implementing frequency warping. The velocity controls frequency-dependent damping that is applied to both the impact and body components. A lower velocity value will produce more damping, whereas a velocity value of 1 will produce no damping. The position parameter can be used to simulate the effect of striking an object at different points on its surface. Non-linear frequency-dependent gain ramps are applied to the body component of the sound. The position parameter controls the position of this internal gain ramp. In other words, varying the position will produce subtle differences in the resonant part of the sound. These parameters have been designed such that they can be easily driven from the physics of a game through RTPCs. In order to demonstrate the use of the Impactor plugin prototype in a game environment, an example level was created using the Unreal Engine. The Impactor Unreal demo consists of multiple objects and surfaces that can collide and trigger impact events. There are footsteps for each ground surface, and there is a weapon which fires projectiles of varying size. Each of the objects and materials have corresponding Wwise events that trigger one or more instances of Impactor. Each instance of Impactor has mass and velocity hooked up to RTPCs, and these are driven by the game when collisions occur. When two objects collide, each object triggers a Wwise event, and corresponding RTPC values are sent for each object. The velocity values are calculated using a combination of the momentum of each object and the density of their materials. The mass values are read directly from the Unreal Physics engine for dynamic objects. For static objects such as the walls and the floors, the mass of the impact is weighted by the impacting object's mass. Regardless of the complexity of the physics system in the game, the velocity and mass parameters in Impactor provide a useful entry point for sound designers. They simplify integration with the game physics such that the sounds respond naturally to varying contexts. For most of the sounds in the Unreal demo, the position parameter is randomized to add further variation. However, the position parameter can be driven directly from the game in some circumstances. For example, the large rusted barrel and the large glass walls both use the position of the hit point on their surface to set the position RTPC.
Cool. So that hopefully gave you a deeper dive into how, what Impactor looks like, how it sounds, how to interact with it, and an example of like what it might look like in the wild. So now, as a sort of public service announcement, I want to just try and clearly give everyone the information about where you can get Impactor. So Impactor is available in the launcher when you install Wwise. It's at the bottom of the plugin list there. You can look for that icon, etc. And similar to the mastering suite, you need a free license in order to generate sound banks. So you'll see this warning the first time you create an instance of Impactor in your Wwise project, and you'll just need to go to that the Impactor URL on the site and get our license there. Built in the SDK directory of the Impactor plugin. So when you install Wwise, if you select the SDK in the launcher and get the version, is that Impactor demo that you saw in the video. The Wwise project is there, the Unreal project is there with its blueprints, and also pre-built executable. So if you want to just open it up and connect to Wwise and like look at the profiler, you can do that, but you can also mess with it and rebuild it yourself and stuff. It's all there for you. If you have or if you need more information about Impactor, of course, there's documentation in the Wwise help. And Sean and I have also worked on and are working on some blogs and writing that examine a little more like certain core aspects of Impactor. So I wrote the first one about this sort of general analysis and synthesis model that Impactor uses, and like how you'd interact with it and what's going on under the hood. And then Sean wrote a follow-up blog on the demo and how you might tie Impactor into a game physics system or your game integration. Sean, did you have anything else here you wanted to add about the Impactor demo? I know it's mostly your work.
Sure. So it focuses, the Impactor Unreal demo focuses on integration with game physics and how Impactor can be used, the parameters of Impactor can be used to integrate nicely with the physics of a game. And this kind of, the focus on game parameter integration kind of emerged during development, because as Ryan has said, this is like a experimental prototype type project. So the aims and objectives kind of shifted as we developed, and we realized that well, part of what we did was continuous iteration on which parameters to expose, because the underlying core algorithm that's used here has multiple parameters that you could expose. Ryan touches on this in the first blog post. And we initially exposed quite a lot of those parameters and then gradually worked it down to like 3 core ones. And part of that iteration was integrating it with like example games or example projects. And on this Unreal demo that is packaged with the plugin is kind of the latest example of that, and it's designed to give demonstrations of ways in which these parameters can be used, can be driven from RTPCs that come from the game side. Yeah, and that's basically everything, I think. It's a fun thing to try out yourself and walk around and see how Impactor is being used. And yeah, there's some specific examples that you might find interesting or useful if you're looking to use Impactor for your own game. So yeah, that's it.
Cool. Yeah, it's really satisfying to just like break things and watch them fall apart, and then bounces with the balls and stuff.
It's very fun to blow up boxes.
Cool. And as a teaser, we're working on a follow-up blog, hopefully in a few weeks, that will talk about the cross-synthesis aspects that Impactor is capable of. So obviously, if you put 8 sounds into the plugin, it will give you like 8 times 8 or 64 different possible variations. And it's hard to look at or listen to all those variations and know what you're getting. So we started to look at like dimensionality reduction and like data visualization techniques to give ourselves, but also everyone out there a good idea of like what Impactor is doing when it does cross synthesis. So there's just sort of a teaser picture of what we're looking at, and hopefully there'll be more writing to explain that later on. So like now that we're here and you know a little bit more about Impact, you know where to get it. Hopefully there's no hurdles there. You can read more about it. We just wanted to take the time to talk about why we made Impactor and what the motivation was. Especially going back a year ago, we felt we had a novel technology, and like Sean said, we developed the plugin and the demo and the gameplay side by side or simultaneously. So we thought we had a clever workflow, and instead of trying to perfect it internally in some way, it seemed like a cooler, more interesting thing to get it out into the wild and try to have as few barriers to access as possible, and then learn from how our users and how sound designers, use and misuse the plugin. And as an aside, this gives us opportunities to write about and make videos about our work within the R&D team and research that we're doing there. So, like I said in the first slide, when we say it's a prototype or that it's experimental, what we mean by that, what we're hoping is that we get feedback and can learn from users and the community and get feedback there. So you are participants in this experiment, but we engineered this like any other kind of Wwise feature, and so it's been QA'd properly. We're confident in its stability or performance, and it's also important to emphasize that this shouldn't messing around with Impactor or incorporating it into your game shouldn't be at the risk of your ability to ship your game on time or the performance of your game. It's we stand by that aspect of the software. So lastly, I wanted to sort of highlight all the ways in which you can relay information back up to us about Impactor. Within the plugin itself, there's a link to a survey, and we set up a survey list for some more formal questions that you can answer. And it would be a huge help if you ever feel like filling out that survey and giving us honest feedback. If not now or next week, even 6 months or a year down the line, once you've tried it out or done a bunch of things, maybe you have pain points or frustrations. That's all. We'd love to hear that. Audiokinetic is on the usual places of social media. Our blogs get posted there. The YouTube, the video you watched is on our YouTube channel. There are unofficial Wwise communities online that we don't formally support, like Witches and Wizards, but as developers and people who are on the edges of the community, we pay attention to these places and see what people say. So, while we probably can't formally answer things in those communities, it's nice to see things get discussed organically there. There's our community Q&A feature on our website where you can ask and respond to questions on audiokinetic.com. Damian has the Open Ears Audiokinetic email address for feature requests and suggestions and other things you want to try and pass up to the developers there. And then, of course, in a more practical sense, if there are bugs or crashes in the authoring tool, you have the bug reporter there. We catch those and look at bugs and things. And if you're trying to ship a game and you have an impact or physics system working and you need a little bit more help, of course, the sort of traditional avenues of Audiokinetic support are there, and like Impactor is not excluded from that pipeline. So, that's really all. Thank you for sticking around to listen to us follow about Impact, and hopefully this isn't the last time we get to talk about this, and we get to hear more from the community as well. We'll obviously be hanging out in the Discord later this afternoon. Cheers.
Awesome work. Great presentation, and thanks so much to both of you. From my standpoint, I know both of you as highly creative, deep maths individuals, right? And Impactor really brings a level of accessibility that is clearly evolved through your passion for the simulation that underlies all of this technology, but also speaks to your creative desire to create sounds for these experiences with a high level of realism. And it's really cool. It's a really cool plugin, really well done. So congratulations.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
And for those of us who have been working with Wwise for 100 years or more, we will see this as a kind of evolution of Soundseed Impact. This brings a more accessible functionality of creating a myriad of variations from a smaller subset of sources, again, leveraging smart technology to increase the number of variations, to increase the ability to control that through parameterization in games, and it's really well done. So
it was it was inspired by the first Impact, if you know about Soundseed Impact. But the reason we're not just calling it a direct follow-up is because it's evolved quite a lot and it's turned into its own thing, really, in a way.
It is night and day for any folks who used that in the past, and that is a true statement. Absolutely, Sean. Thanks so much to both of you today for sharing your expertise. Folks in the chat are ready to get up on that Unreal demo and start smashing some stuff. So I'm super happy. And as you said, bring that feedback. We're always looking to evolve. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Damian.
All right. Cool. Well, as we get ready for the next exciting presentation in the Wwise Worldwide Online Expo, I hope everyone is enjoying this. We're bringing the folks behind the development of these features as part of Wwise 2021.1 and trying to give like kind of a little bit of a, special perspective on how we create things here at Audio Kinetic. There's a lot of, if you've been following along today, there's a lot of whys and there's a lot of, oh, sorry, I said whys. That's so funny. But I meant whys, as in we're talking a lot about why we do these things. And I think that we take it for granted that we're all super passionate about this interactive audio adventure that we're all on. And so with that, I'd like to invite our next guest to Wwise Up on Air. And hello, Bernard. Welcome to the live stream.
You hear me?
I do. I'm going to have you mute in the Teams. And
oh, is it better now?
We're ready to rock. Thanks so much. Get your presentation up in there shared, and I'll be ready to hand it off to you. But I'd like to introduce you first. Bernard Rodrigue here with us today to talk about WAAPI and WAQL. And I'm counting on you to unpack those acronyms for everyone watching along at home. Bernard is the team lead for the experience team at Audio Kinetic, leading up development of the authoring application and the interface. And I'm super happy to have you here today to talk about WAAPI and WAQL.
Yeah, so let's go.
Awesome.
So, all right, WAQL. WAQL is a new feature in Wwise 21.1, and it works with the other search system that we already have. So search, we know the search in Wwise. We know also the query editor. So WAQL is an additional system that is work together with these other search system in order to give you more control and to So let's try to understand how it works. Let's do a few queries and let's learn how to use it. So what I have right now is the Wwise Audio Lab project that you can find from the launcher. And what I did is I took the list view and I inserted in my layout here. So as you know, when we type text in the list view or inside the search bar, it finds content. It's looking for text in the name or in the notes. And sometimes, like this scenario here, where I'm looking for ambience, well, I'm not only getting ambience object, but I also get ambiences because it tries to find ambience in the name. So maybe that's not accurate enough for us. So let's try to build a query in WAQL that is going to be more precise. So when we type the $sign in the list view, it tells Wwise, okay, we're not doing a text search. We're doing a WAQL query. So let's wait for a valid query. So then we need to type which statement we're going to use for WAQL. And for first, we'll start simple and we'll be using the where keyword. So the where keyword allows us to define a condition that is going to be evaluated for all objects. So here we're looking for name equal to ambience. So now instead of having 5 objects like we had before in our search, we only have 3 objects because it's looking for object with exactly the name ambience and nothing else. But of course, we can do more different conditions with strings. So that's the equal operator, but we can also use the column operator. Column operator is a bit more like the search system where it's looking for the text ambience inside the name. So now we have our result with ambience. So not only WAQL allows us to look for names, but also any property in the project. So volume, pitch, low pass filter, and anything in advanced settings, actually everything in the all properties can be used for a search. So let's try to search for something about the volume. So let's define a condition equal 0, volume equals 0. So now we have all of our object with a volume equals to 0. That's good. Let's do better. Let's say greater than 0. So now we have, as you see, objects with volume greater than 0. So it's less than 0. Okay. So let's try to refine a bit this query because we see we have sounds, we have also containers in there, a lot of stuff. So let's try to refine it and make it more precise. So let's say we're looking only for sounds. So we'll be using the end keyword and type equal sound. Okay, now we're able to add an additional condition to type equals sound. And now we have only sound object with a volume less than 0. That's great. Okay, so let's add another condition. So we know sound can be looping or not. So let's just try to find the looping sounds from there. So is looping enabled? Okay, so now we have sounds with a volume less than 0 that are looping. It's a convenient way to add conditions. And of course, we can have parentheses. There's the or also we can use. So we can build complex queries and conditions, be able to find objects in the project. So that's for the where keyword. So let's try to look at another keyword. Because so far, we have been searching the entire project. When you start a WAQL query with the where keyword, we are looking at every object in the project one by one, and we're asking the object, do you meet this condition? If yes, yeah, we see it here. So maybe we would like to, instead of starting with the entire project, if you have a huge project, might want to look at only a portion of the project. So that's where the from keyword comes to help. So the from keyword allows you to narrow down the start point of a query, so the source, define the source of the query. So first example, we'll be using this from type. So from type sound. So this Wwise is able to enumerate all the sounds without having to go through all events, buses, and everything. So we can specify types here. Event, now I have all events of my project. I can use bus, or maybe I want to also have the aux bus, so I'll be adding aux bus. Now we have aux bus and bus. Let's go back to the sound. So the sound list. Now I can refine this with the where keyword. So we already learned the where keyword, but we can also use it here. So now I'm adding a condition to it. So where volume is greater than 0. So we started with the list of sounds, and we're able to narrow, to refine the result using a conditional statement. Okay, so that's from type. Well, let's learn another new keyword. So from object. So there are scenarios where you might want to look for only a portion of your project, like not all the sounds, but maybe just this ambience work unit here. So what I do now is I hold the Shift key and I right click on ambience work unit. Now I see copy path to clipboard. It's good. I'll be typing double quotes. And like this. Now what I get is exactly this object, a query returning only one object. Okay. Well, let's do something more with that, because so far it's not so useful. So let's try to learn the select keyword. Select keyword allows us to obtain other objects from the rest of the query. So let's try to select the parent. So the parent of our ambience is the actor mixer hierarchy. That's good. Well, let's try to select the children. So now we have 4 objects, which are the 4 children of our work unit. Nice. But how do we access to the other objects below? So there's another keyword called descendant. Oops, sorry. Descendants, which is same thing as children, but in recursively. So now we have all the children's under the work unit. Okay, let's try to add more stuff to it. So now we have a from query. We define the start point. And now we're able to transform the start point into a list of all descendants. And let's try to filter out. So where type equals sound. So now we have all the sounds under the ambience work unit. Okay, great. Let's do something else. So let's try to look for the, I don't know, and volume less than 0. Okay, and is looping enabled. Now we have all our looping sounds under the ambience work unit for which the volume is less than 0. Okay, great. So you see a bit how you can combine different statements. So the from, there's a select, there's a where statement. So they all have different roles, and they all allows you to build, refine, or expand the query like with the select. So, okay, so we know about those keywords. Now I'll be showing another tool which is related. So let's go here. So if you go on GitHub and search for WAQL Playground, you'll be finding this project here called WAQL Playground, and it's a project on which you can download using the git clone command or the download zip. After you download, you execute the HTML page. It's going to show this. So this is a WAAPI application built into a web page that is talking to Wwise. So we see the page is connected to Wwise. It says, okay, I'm connected to Wwise 21.1, and I know you have the project Wwise Audio Lab open. Okay, it's good. They're able to talk together. And there's a WAQL field here. So let's type something we already learned. So volume less than 0. Okay, so now you see they're talking together. So we got the result from the query here listed on the page, but we also got the list view updated with our query. Let's try to resize it. Okay, so we see the query is the same here. But what's interesting with this WAQL playground is a bit like the list view where you can add and remove columns. You can do the same thing here in the web page. So by default, it's showing type and name, but there are other options. So let's try to use type, name, and path. Okay. So let's make it better. Okay. So now we see we have type, name, and path. So, and let's try to even, let's try to put the volume over here. Okay, now we have the volume.
Good to see you.
So,
and welcome.
Actually, anything that is searchable in WAAPI or that you can compare, you can also output the values in the WAQL playground. So let's try to filter and sound equal and type equals sound. So now more our query, and let's try, let's try to find something that does not or as container in the type. So now we have all our containers listed with those that have a volume less than 0. And we can add, for example, the short ID for those that are familiar with sound engine IDs. Now we see the short ID is also accessible. And there's many, many things you can access. Actually, let's try to see if we can find the WAV file for our sound. So now we have the WAV file listed here. And this table is actually, you can copy paste into your favorite spreadsheet, so you can get this data. So you're able to extract data from your project and do something else with it. Okay, and one last thing is the examples. So the WAQL playground comes with over 100 examples of WAQL queries, and you can just run the queries by clicking them and see a bit what WAQL is able to do. So there's also regex support. So if for those of you that are regex geeks, well, it's there for you. So you're able to be super precise in terms of the results. So let's try to do our regex where we're looking for any sound finishing with underscore and a number. So we have this here, and we have the WAV files for them. And we can also see here we are able to look for not only the properties of the object, but the properties in relation to the object. So here we have the parent's name. So to give me the object where the parent's name is music. Well, there's only one right now. Yeah, there's so many things you can do. If you want to learn further about WAQL, over here in the GitHub page, there's one important link. It's the WISE object reference. So let's try to click this. So the WISE object reference is basically telling you what are the properties that you have access. So let's try to see here. We have all our different object types in WISE. There's a sound. Well, let's bring this a bit bigger. So the sound object has all these properties. So we were using previously the looping property. So is looping enabled is defined here. We see it returns true or false. And we also see the other properties. Sometimes properties have 0 or 1 or 2. So this page is very handy to tells you what are the meaning of the property values in order to be able to query them. So yes, that's a presentation about WAQL, and I'll be on the Discord channel to answer questions. And yeah.
Excellent, Bernard. Great to have your experience with WAAPI and WAQL. And if you're just tuning in, WAQL, Wise Authoring Query Language, and WAAPI, the Wise Authoring API. These are two ways to get accessibility into the Wise project and get information out of it. And when you combine them, with the arrival of WAQL, it really just brings you that much closer to being able to reach into your Wise project and create custom workflows, right? At the heart of this, it's really about unlocking the information inside of your Wise project so that you can create custom workflows or find information about what's going on in your project so that you can continue to iterate and evolve. WAQL Playground, that is a tremendous resource. Like, what an incredible thing to have up on the GitHub. You're always leading the charge, Bernard, with bringing these tools to the community. It's so great to see what you've done. I'm going to roll the WAAPI 1 minute here as a transition to the closing statements, but I would like to say thanks so much.
Great.
It's great to have you on the Wise Worldwide Online Expo today. Great job. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to roll a WAAPI 1 minute here for you. And for folks who maybe have not checked this out, we have the Audiokinetic video channel, and I'll roll this video of connecting Wise to your game with WAAPI.
To create a WAAPI function that connects Wise to your game, you can do it like this. Prepare your computer by installing Python. Install the WAAPI client, modify one of the Audiokinetic samples from the webpage, and execute it. So let's do it. We need to install Python 3. Once Python is installed, make sure the WAAPI client is installed, and then open your preferred code editor. If you don't have one, you can use Notepad, but I'll be using VS Code, which is free. To get started, let's modify one of the Audiokinetic Python WAAPI samples. So copy-paste the code into your editor and save your file as .py. Time to modify. We won't be getting any information from Wise like in this script, but instead we'll make Wise connect to the game. Just like if you were to open Wise, then remote connections, pick the game and click connect. So therefore, let's delete everything inside the WAAPI client, except for the last client call, which we're gonna use. So instead of getting an object from Wise, we need another function. So to find your specific call, you can go to the Audiokinetic webpage. The one we'll need is the AKWise core remote connect, and then just replace it with the first input. Next, we need to specify the host, which is an IP address. If you are running the game on the same computer, then it's just the local host with this IP, 127.0.0.1. You can now either run the code from your editor or open the command line and write py and drag in the file. That's basically it, but if you want to execute this faster, you can make a bat file with the command, which you can then call from your game, your Stream Deck, and so on, and connect the profiler without having to switch to Wise. That's it.
And that was for Mads Moretti. That was the 1 minute connect your game with WAAPI. And I just saved one more thing before we close out today's exciting first day of the 2-day event. I guess this would be our one more thing, as it were. And so I invite you to watch this video. That's right. Wwise Adventure Game live stream series, integrating objects into that project with you, the community, as part of our Wwise Up on Air hands-on series this summer. Stay tuned, get subscribed, mash that subscription, get the notifications, and tune in to help us integrate audio objects in the Wwise Adventure Game. I'll be joined by Mads Moretti, who made that excellent video, and much like last year's series that we endeavored to bring spatial audio to the Wwise Adventure Game. 3-part series up on YouTube and Twitch that you can tune into, where we integrated with Mads, with Tali, with Benoit, and the Audio Kinetic development teams spatial audio as part of the Wwise Adventure Game. So if you're interested in that, dig deep in the archives and pull those out. And if you're interested in being a part of integrating audio objects into the Wwise Adventure Game, get subscribed, tune in this summer, and we'll be going hands-on as part of a live stream series to do that. So a chance to learn more about audio objects in the future. So where are we? I think we have arrived at the end of day 1. That was awesome. Thanks so much to all of our presenters here at Audio Kinetic, developers who've been working hard to deliver these awesome features as part of Wwise 21.1. Folks in the chat, really good to have you there, chiming in, sharing your experience. And folks who had joined us during the break in the Discord channels, we're going to spin that Discord server up again and drop that link in the chat. Bam. And so after this, head over there and we'll have breakout rooms that are specific to each of these subject matter areas. So if you're interested in asking some questions about the mastering suite, authoring Wwise plugins, Impactor, WAAPI and WAQL, join those channels, jump in there, ask some questions, learn a few more things. This is part of what we're trying to bring to the community in lieu of the ability to join you in real time in the world at conferences. And so please take this time if you have questions, you want to explore, there's things that you're trying to understand better. Operators are standing by. So with that, before I head over there, I'm going to give you a preview of what's happening tomorrow on day 2 at the Wwise Worldwide Online Expo. We're going to talk a bit, we're going to hear from the automotive team here at Audio Kinetic. They'll be talking us through Wwise Automotive. The spatial audio and R&D team are going to be going hands-on with a bunch of new features in the spatial audio toolkit, things like fitting rooms and portals to geometry, rooms and portal visualization, different components in Unreal, as well as automatic bus assignment. And you're going to want to know why that's so cool. Tune in tomorrow as part of day 2 in the first half. Whole suite of spatial audio offerings, as well as, you know, talking about this new spatial audio CPU limit that we added to help you manage that spatial audio budget. In the second half of day 2, after we come back from the break in the Discord server, we're going to be hearing from our integrations team talking about Unity addressables. We're going to be talking about WAAPI in Unity. Hey, who just learned what WAAPI means? Wwise authoring API in Unity. Guillaume from Support's going to talk about staying up to date with Wwise. It's not so hard, but great to have his perspective and insight as part of the support team to guide you through that. And then we're going to round out the end of day 2 in the second half with presentations on the education and certification that we offer, as well as team training from Mads and Simon. So I hope everyone out there is soaking up this Wwise knowledge. I'm excited to be here and part of this and bring this information from the developers directly to the Wwise community of artists and authors out there working with interactive audio with Wwise to make really cool stuff. And you are our inspiration. This is what drives us to continue to evolve the tools and technologies is your creations and what we see and hear you accomplish with these technologies towards leveraging the dynamic interactive possibilities of sound. So thanks so much for tuning in. The link to the Discord server's in the chat, and we'll see you over there. And tomorrow, when we take on day 2 of the Wwise Worldwide Online Expo. Thanks so much.